G'day, you dunce. How we doing, Jupers? What's up, Fongo first, Orcrus second, Avinity third. Good night, Orcrus. How we doing? What have you been up to? Coffee is fantastic. Especially from such an outstanding mug. 9 PM stream. I wish. If it was 9 PM, then it would mean all of this would already be done. But it's not. Unfortunate. That's set up. I'm watching Berry gameplay. It feels addicting. Oh, we got ads coming in, so let's go through this. I haven't actually looked at Berry. About growing berries and tossing them down an ominous hole. Earn money and upgrades. Make new friends with sentient berry pals. Grow and control the hole as you unearth why nobody leaves this cursed garden. Bury it all. Bury everything. Okay. It does look like it'd be fun for a few hours. Yeah, that's about what I'd imagine. Yep. Feed the hole, you get money, numbers go up. Yeah. Yeah, it's like an incremental is what it is. Let's see, we've got history, present, past. No. History, past, background, and no. 60 stream streak. Go Orcrus. Crushing it. Solid. 60's nothing, Avinity. That's 1 month. That's 30 days. Yeah. There are some people here approaching 200. Yeah. Past, present. Why perfect? Like, what's the connection you see there, Orcrus? No. Not even one away. Times? No. Infinitive's not a time. Perfect's not a time. Like, yeah. Be past, present, history, background. Like, that's what I would picture, like, if anything. No. Okay, so we're one away. So I think background is out. Hmm. This one's tough. Audits absent. Solid. Excused. Background. Few. Perfect life. I don't see any of the connections here. Okay, so now we're... I wonder if it's that. No. Right. No idea. Experience. Background. No. I disagree with that one. You can have life experience and past experience, but you don't say history experience and background experience. Like, no. Attendance status, absent, excused, late, present. Okay, that one's fair. Yep. Commentary about your connections results. That's stupid. Car brands +2. Where does it? That one's stupid as well. I hate those kind of connections that are like, oh yeah, it's this type of thing plus another half a word. Oh, that's not a connection. All right. Jesus. Feels like they've ran out of ideas. Yeah, they did. Bardaki, g'day, you good dunce. How you doing? What up, gamey? You just got raided by the legendary dev of the Unwanted War. You know what? You're 100% correct. That's exactly what happened. What were you working on today? We are wrapping up our game over state. I just need to fix up this part. And then it's done. Yeah. But coffee is first. So, Sammy, you're late. Today was mostly bug fixing and laughing. Lots of laughing. Nice. And eating muffins, of course. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Alright, what hot sauce are we doing for 7:10 in the morning? Let's see. Nothing spicy. Yes! 5k! So this hot sauce is Blair's Sweet Death Sauce with mango. It's very nice. Very, very nice. Do you have any links that you want to post, Bardaki? Eating spicy things? But Gaby, are you paying attention? Thank you very much. I always put it onto a cracker. Just so that it never touches my fingers. And my mouth never touches the bottle. So, it's a nice intermediary. I can like put it on top and then just like straight down the tongue. These are my two hottest ones. They're the two hottest ones. That's 1.2 and that's 1.5 million Scoville. So it would be interesting when someone hits one of those. $1.2 million and $1.5 million. Yeah. It's the Ultra Death and the Ultra Death and the Instant Death sauce. Yep. I literally disintegrated that. I mean, my mouth does. Yep. Nice. It's a nice building animation. I like that. That's very nice. I got some cracker stuck in my teeth. There we go. Like it. Nice. You see it all coming together, including the windows, like those bits one at a time. Very nice. The tiles are one at a time too. Oh, that's smooth. Like that. It's a new asset I'm using, so happy. The destruction looks equally as good. Nice. Yep, you got your artillery. Nice. Nice. That looks so good. Looks so good. Ah. Beautiful. Well, this is what we've been working on. I take no credit for that look. We've been working on our game over. So you'll see how I've only got $50 in the top right. See how I've got bills. This one here. These ones are past due. So this is because there was an issue with saving. Usually it would just have 0 as the last one. And if you end the day without paying that, it tries to automatically deduct that money. But if you don't have money to deduct that, then you lose. You lose. That pops this up and it's like, you are broke. Legal at Goodman Lawyering. And then it's going to have like a whole spiel in here of like, you've lost all your money. The bank's taken the place. Like all that kind of stuff. And then you click I've failed. And it should send you back to the main menu. But I need to tweak that. I need to get that fixed so it takes you back to the main menu. Yep. It just doesn't at the moment. It just keeps you on the loading screen. Main menus are overrated. I know. They're the worst. They're the bane of my existence. Oh, that reminds me. I need to put down skeleton. Actually, Budaki, what is a character from pop culture that you like? Like, just any character. Like, are we talking like a Master Roshi? Are we talking a Lara Croft? Are we talking a Sonic? Are we talking I don't know. Ambiguous Gangster number 12. I have some in mind. When we think of the name. Nice. Nice. So I've got a few written down here. It's gonna be amazing in about 6 months' time. Lieutenant Columbo. Alright. We got the jacket, tie and the suit. Alright. So what we could do... So that you know what I'm thinking of. Hello Zakua, how you doing? So that you know what I'm talking about. We are going to be getting these butterfly trackers. And we're gonna go the full body motion capture one. Alright. I'm gonna have a 3D model body, but my head and my hands will be projected from the end of the model. Because the model will follow the arm, and then my hand will be the rest of it. So, I can be Columbo. There we go. Yeah. Too easy. What else do we have here? We've got the Terminator T-800 skeleton. We've got Iron Man. A blacksmith, just a medieval blacksmith. The Galactic Bugs from Rick and Morty. Jedum is going to give us a sable body. Mentok, the Mind Taker. A skeleton. Just a skeleton. And now Columbo. Yeah. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fan-frickin-tastic. I'll be able to get a bunch of generic outfits as well. I'll be able to have like a military outfit, so if we play a military game, yeah. Or I'll if we're playing a cyberpunk game, I can just have the Terminator skeleton. Finally, we'll have a body again. Exactly. I won't have to try and render my own body. Ah, it's gonna be great. What up, Twig? How we doing? I think it's game state. There it is. All right. So in here, this. Cleaning up the nodes. Thanks for the lurk, Bardaki. Get yourself some food. Maybe a nice chicken salad, or perhaps a bacon egg burger. Yeah. Bacon egg burgers are good. I've got myself like preparing. I'm not allowed to order any food until the start of March. If I can do that, I'm allowing myself a bacon and egg breakfast. What's going on, gamer? You're late. You're late. Wayland seems to be more stable. Wayland's very stable. Unless you're using NVIDIA. If you're using NVIDIA, there's going to be issues because of NVIDIA driver support stuff. But there's not really much that can be done about that. Let's think. I need something here. I think I need a signal. For cleanup complete. And in here, we do... cleanup complete. And then we do menu manager loading. Admit false. I think. What up, Oki? I'm using NVIDIA, but X11 kept freezing and crashing when I was alt-tabbing. So far, Wayland hasn't crashed once. Interesting. Interesting. So we trigger this. We've got load game loading. Loading game. If load game, we do that. It's not this that we want to do. Not loading game or load finished and hide timer. How can I track a return when the shipper hasn't even scanned it yet? It's been 2 days and no sign of it in the system. I just want the money back. Oh, yeah, that's gonna suck. That's gonna suck. What do I do? You just gotta wait for it to get in the system. Or reach out to the seller. Reach out to the seller. Business is closed. Like the business is shut down. It's like gone completely. Or until... Oh, they're closed until... Okay, right. Yeah, you're just gonna have to wait. You have to wait. According to Google, NVIDIA officially supports Wayland and its proprietary drivers. So... it might just be a Hyperland thing then. Or maybe it's new. Maybe they do work. Taking the L on this side, on this one. What's Sammy saying about me? I chatted with them this morning. They said to reach out to the place I dropped it off at. I just did and said FedEx comes every day and sometimes they don't scan it. Like what? Yeah. I've put up a short. I have put up a short about how shit FedEx is. So... They're the worst. They're the worst. NVIDIA GPUs are often not usable out of the box. Follow the NVIDIA page after installing Hyperland if you plan on using NVIDIA. Okay, so there's no official Hyperland support for NVIDIA. Okay, so it's Hyperland that doesn't work on. Unless you've got like the 5000 series and the open source kernel modules, then it looks like it's okay. Yeah. All delivery companies dog shit. It's been a race to the bottom for the last decade. Yep. Very true. Whenever I see a package is being delivered by FedEx or by Couriers Please, I'm always like, yep, that's not going to show up here. And I'm going to end up going to the post office to pick it up because they're not going to attempt a delivery. So they never attempt a delivery. And I always get in touch with the company and say they didn't attempt a delivery again. Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever changes. So now, whenever I have the opportunity, I tell companies to use a service other than one of them because they suck. And all of that company's customers hate them for using FedEx or using Couriers Please. Just send it by normal Australia Post. It will actually get here. Sent a package to America via FedEx. And when it arrived, my friend sent me a pic. It looked like it'd been ran over by a truck. It probably was. It probably was. Like that seems to be part of FedEx's delivery process. Is they receive the parcel, they put it down on the road in front of the truck, run it over,
I can't give up on $250.
The TRK hash. Can't give up on $250. That's fair. That's fair. That's very fair. The shorter one. I think they're not, like, I don't know exactly. I think usually they're like FedEx tracking number. So if you go to this site, where's the input? Where's the input field, you fucking God damn it. Oh my god. Nah. Their website is already
If you go to the site that never works.
Look at it. Okay, so, oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You have a field right there. This is what it should be, FedEx. You dipshits. Ugh. Since you like food like me, have you ever tried kunafa? I've never even heard that word before. What's kunafa? Pastry, melted cheese, sugar syrup. I've never tried it, but it sounds unhealthy. Sounds unhealthy. I could manually call.
I can't even call a local store because I have a tracking number, but it's not in their stupid system.
Oh my god. That's priceless. So stupid. Like a dessert in the Middle East, but it's basically crunchy stuff inside Dubai chocolate. And it is very unhealthy. Yeah. Yeah.
But the place I dropped it off had told me to reach out to FedEx, but I can't.
Yep. Yep. As I told you, FedEx sucks. Yep. Sucks. So what do we need to fix up here? I think we want to call hide. Create timer. 2 seconds. Because that should be a scene tree timer. Alright. Let's make sure this works. Take the $250 L. If the package is SOL, will the seller comp? That's something you'd have to take up with the... You have to take it up with the seller, and if you don't get any resolution from there, and FedEx won't talk to you about the package because there's no in their system, you've got to get in touch with some sort of consumer group, some sort of consumer watchdog or something, and be like, hey, something weird's going on here. Yeah, maybe you'll uncover some sort of massive fraud. Maybe. Okay, end day. You are broke. I failed. NPC. Employees not clear. Why is employee not clear? So do this.
How long should I wait? It was sent out Wednesday evening. It's been 48 hours. When do I get pushy?
Whenever you want. Like, get pushy whenever you want. You're the customer. Like, one thing that's not gonna solve the issue is telling us. Get in touch with them and demand an answer. That's all. Just do it. Who cares if you sound pushy? You've paid. You want your money back because of the return. Get in touch with them and fucking give them an earful. Like, need this. Yeah, just like call FedEx and be like, oi, where's the thing that I'm returning? And then threaten them with like getting in touch with some sort of consumer watchdog. And I guarantee you in 30 minutes they will have found it. May just be a case of waiting through the weekend. If they picked it up on a Friday, sure, but picking it up on a Wednesday, it shouldn't take 3 business days to get into the system, plus a weekend. Like, hear me out. Let me guess, FedEx sucks. It's FedEx.
I can't call FedEx. I need a tracking number to input to talk to a human.
There'll be other ways that you can get through to them. Like, didn't you say you have a tracking number? There you go. Like, it does get you through to a person eventually. The bot can't find it. That's fine. That's fine. Just call them. Like, fuck. I don't understand people that just talk about something and never do anything. Just call them. Call them. Get through the bot to an actual person who can then help you. Go onto their site and find like a chat client or something to talk to someone through the chat client if you have to. Just get in touch with them. Nothing we do is going to help your situation. We aren't FedEx. We can't do shit. God. It's the most frustrating thing. I'm gonna move these up here. Move that one up there too. Let's see what that does. What up, Corvus? How we doing? All right. It's almost end of day. How long did it take for that beard to grow? I've always had, like, for the last 10 years, I've always had a beard that was, like, a little bit long. Like, it was the standard, like, you know, inch-long beard around sort of thing. I've been growing the beard and the mustache out since, like, September 2024. It's like a year and a half at this point. I think a bit over, actually. Might have been August 2024. Or somewhere around there. Somewhere around there. Bankrupt. I failed. Okay, excellent. Everything has reset.
He was born with it. They shaved him when he was born and it grew right back.
Mm-hmm. You know it. How you doing, Scott? Why? I want a beard, not gonna lie, my beard's sadly a bit patchy, though at the cheek, chin area. I mean, the question is it only patchy when you start growing it, or does it eventually grow in? Because, like, you'll notice, like, around here, I don't really have anything right there. Yeah. But, like, that's something that's, like, started to, like, get covered and whatnot as it grows out. Just sent a message to my VA about getting my MRI sometime soon, so I can find out if I have kidney cancer. Oh no. Oh no. Hopefully you don't. Hopefully you don't. If you do, hopefully it's all localized to the one kidney, and they can just remove that one kidney and you'll be good. Hopefully. Yeah. Good question, but isn't it only really filling in if you shave off the thinner tips of the hairs? I mean, if it grows out, like, you can keep it growing out and just, like, continue to clip the top, like, clip it when it gets down in length. What up, Onic? How you doing? Welcome in. Ah. That toggles the main menu. Bankrupt or there's no game in progress. It was only 1 centimeter 3 weeks ago. Hopefully it did not grow. Hopefully. was nice talking. Gotta go play BattleBit. Nice. It's the community game night. Very nice. Enjoy, Twig. Enjoy the bits of battle. The bits of battle. Battle bits. Get it? Lol. I need a way. Game loaded. That's HUD. Let's try this. Do you use beard oil? I do. I do. That's more to help keep the skin from drying out. Menu manager. If there's no game in progress, then we want to toggle that up. I'm not sure that's going to work. Purple dog. Oh, must be a dessert dog. Yeah, must be a dessert dog. Something like a grape hot dog with some like lime sorbet on top. Now, okay. I failed. So that's the issue there. I don't want it to... What are we gonna do? We're gonna do that. Everyone says it's a dead game, but the dev play every Friday night. I mean, that's fine. Like, it depends on what the qualification for a dead game is. Like, where are we? Steam DB. So, for example, I would clarify Hasn't had an update in over 2 years. That doesn't make it a dead game. That makes it a completed game. It's a game that's finished. It's like saying, I don't know, it's like saying Portal is a dead game because Portal doesn't receive updates anymore. It's like, yeah, it's because it's like 20 years old at this point, and the game's finished. Like, they don't need to put out updates for it. Like, it's not a dead game, it's just completed. It was just a playtest in November. Yeah, I would consider something like High Guard to be a dead game. It's like High Guard right now has less than 1,000 active players. And that thing came out, like, not that long ago. And had, like, 95,000 players at its peak. That's a dead game. Why is this breaking? I gotta rework all of this. Dev hasn't been online for so long, some made up that he died. So, there you go. Have a good one. Enjoy your gaming. Interesting. Because we display bankrupt and game in progress is set to false at that point. Which means we don't need to set you there. I might have to hijack this completely. Do something like... process mode always. And then... Menu manager. No, not menu manager. Inherit. Alright. Let's see if that fixes it. I don't think it has, but who knows? Maybe we get lucky. Maybe we get lucky. I'm out of coffee. Water. Alright. End of day. Why aren't you disappearing? What? Here's what I'm gonna do. Get rid of that. Actually, I'm gonna leave that. Okay, get rid of that. I'm gonna need to rework this. So we need this to essentially, don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. Exiting game. Okay. So we have that set. We can do something like menu manager. Load screen. They took the information, address, and name, but I don't think they're going to do anything with it. If they don't do anything with it, then you contact whatever government consumer watchdog or whatnot you have, and you say, oi, they've fucked up and they're telling me they don't have anything when they do. And I want my return processed. And then they send FedEx something, and then FedEx goes, oh, well, I guess we have to pull it out of our ass that we've always, like, because that's where we've stored it all. When would the seller come into play? When FedEx verifies that they have sent it on to the seller. So if FedEx don't do anything with the information and never update their system, then you get in touch with the ombudsman or whoever in your government and say, oi, this is what's happening. and then they get in touch with FedEx, and then FedEx goes through the whole process. And if FedEx comes back and goes, oh yeah, we've actually sent that back to the seller, they'll then provide you with proper tracking number and stuff so that you can track it. And if it's already at the seller, then you get in touch with the seller and go from there. Support agent couldn't find it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Support agents are like the first contacts. Like if you got in touch with your ISP and your support agent said, like your support agent, the ISP was like, no, our record shows that your internet's connected when you clearly can't connect to the internet. Are you going to go, oh, well, they said it's connected? No, you're going to push further. Like, get past the support agent, because the support agent is a low-level drone that follows a script and doesn't know anything. Oh, swear to God. Sorry, I just have a thing with people having an issue and not doing anything to solve it. Like, if you stop at the first hurdle, then yeah, you're not gonna solve it. There's nothing we can do about that. We've done connections. Daily Akari. Let's see. All right. Right. So, I'd have to put one there to get all of those. One there to get all of those. I need to put one there to get all of those. And up there. I have to put one across there. But then I put one there. But then I don't get those two. So if I put one down here, I'd have to put one here and one here. That gets me all those. I have to put you there to get those as well as that. And I'd have to put one there to get that and that. Then I need one there to get there. Okay, I think that's it. I think we go there. Perfect. Oh. Jeez. That was a struggle, that one. That was a struggle. Depends on how much it's worth to you. Wife worked in customer service and asked for a supervisor and tell the associate that you would like your call escalated. Yeah. Yeah. You always escalate the call above the first person you speak to, because that first person, if it's not in their script, they're not gonna be able to do anything for you. Alright, so you want to do a game door, Orcus. What's your guess? What's your guess, Orcus? It's not third person, it's only single player. Could be horror, could be survival, could be drama. Phasmophobia, it's not horror. And it's single player, that too. Could be first person though. Might I suggest Baldur's Gate 3? Could be BG3. Could be... That's got to be after 2017. It's not horror. It doesn't have to be horror. It's either horror or survival or drama. Silent Hill F, that's third person. Yeah. If you want, you could do Resident Evil Village. Resident Evil Village is first person and horror and single player. It's also a shooter. Alright. Alright, it's not a shooter. It's either first person and or virtual reality. Most likely first person. 2022 to 2026. Could be horror, could be survival. It's most likely horror at this point. It's not a shooter. So it won't be a Dead Island or a Dead Rising or any kind of zombie game. What else could there be? First person single player horror. Interesting. Can't be Alien Isolation. Nah, I think the perspective doesn't match. Also, I think Alien Isolation is older, isn't it? I don't know when that came out. Yeah. What if it was... What if we try... a first-person single-player horror. It's not Diablo. Could it be Madison? I'm gonna try Madison for you. Alright, so it's not Madison. It's confirmed first person. 2023 to 2026. Could be indie, could be puzzle. Alright. Must be some recent one, I'm blank. First person indie horror. A recent first person indie horror. Oh yeah, could be Poppy Playtime. It's not Poppy. Could be like Five Nights at Freddy's, I think. I don't know if the newer one's in here, but it's not a FNAF. Critical Reflex Publishing and Trioska's dev. Never heard of them. I got no idea who that is. No idea. Tricky is not here. That's okay. Have you survived so far, IRAD? Or has Tricky taken over IRAD's account to make it seem like IRAD's perfectly fine? Quick, we can gossip. This sounds like Tricky. Just using IRAD's account. With creepy people that may or may not be human, I think. Ah, you're talking about back rooms. Okay, or not. He called it. It's almost like I know people. The one you let them in the house. Oh, I know that one. No, that's a point and click. That's a point and click game that you're thinking of. Unless you're thinking of the one that we played where you had the like psychosis and whatnot, and that was called. That's not my neighbor. It's not Hello Neighbor. No, I'm not human. I'm not a human was first person. I think that's technically point and click though. Because you enter rooms via clicking on the door, and you answer the front door by clicking on it, and you talk to people by clicking on them, and like there's no movement and stuff outside of point and click. We already know that it's not point and click. The one I'm thinking of is the one that we played last year, where you had like you'd answer the door and all that kind of stuff, and like there was someone on the other side of it, and like on the way to answer the door, weird stuff would happen, and you'd either answer the door or you'd take your pills. Yeah, the one you had to take medicine. I forget what it was called, though. Who's at the door? Nah. Nah, it's not there. No, I'm not a human. Oh, it is that. It is no, I'm not a human. You were right. I thought that was point and click. I could have sworn that was point and click. I'm surprised it's just first person and it's not text, like first person text. And I'm surprised it's not point and click. Yeah. I feel like that should be a point and click. I don't know. Alright, we need to do... We need to create a tween. We need to go... Tween property of you. Modulate A towards 1.0 over 1 second. Background modulate A. There's 1. Take those. Load screen that. Let's do... something like that. So we don't touch the loading bobble. That just stays. Doing what it's doing. We do that. Okay. What up, D'Angio? How you doing? This game is catalogued bad. Yes it is. Yes it is. And get rid of that. Then we go Queen callback reset. What up, Ginger? How goes things? I'll take from here all the way down to the bottom. Didn't know we have an hour stream? Nice. Got a shitload done? Nice. Yeah, I gave up on doing extremely long streams. Just couldn't do it. Did them for ages and then was like, nah, stopping that. Okay, so with this... Cleanup complete. Helpers try disconnect. We disconnect that. What's next? I enjoy them. I do take an hour break here and there, so it ain't so bad. So that's the thing. I dislike, like me personally, if I go into a stream and the person is like gone for an hour or two in the middle of the stream, I'm just like, what? Just stop the stream. What? There's nothing happening. Just stop the stream. Like, I don't understand those streams. Like, I've seen a lot of big streamers do it. Like, I've seen some big streamers that are doing like subathons where they'll just like disappear off stream for like a couple of hours at a time. And it's like, no, you're doing a subathon. You stay on screen. But yeah, I feel bad doing that stuff. That was one of the reasons why I stopped doing the long streams. Because in the middle of the day, I'd have to have lunch. So I'd like disappear for like 10, 20 minutes so that I could make lunch and then come back. It was just like, nah, this is like 30 minutes of dead time. I'm just gonna turn the stream off, have lunch, take a few hours break, and then come back. Let's see. If we do that... Let's take that. Let's pop you there. Let's do that instead. Also, this setup player... I want the camera... How do we deal with the camera? Is the camera rotating up and down? I think the camera's rotating up and down. Let's see. Yeah, so it is the rotation X that we're doing. Alright. And then what we need is in here. We need to undo this stuff. We create a new tween. Do that. Go. Calls reset. You call cleanup. You go. Remove game overloading. Load screen. Set process false. And load screen. Background mouse filter is control mouse filter ignore. And you're going to reset that remove game overloading. That will hopefully be our entire... Oh, actually, we also need... we haven't paused the game at this point either. And that's fine. That is fine. So we can actually do game in progress false. And then we do toggle main menu. Alright, let's see what happens with that. Probably something still incorrect that we need to fix up. Managed to run out of video memory today. How? How is that possible? Why isn't that... Cleanup complete. What up, 10? How are we? Ah, yep, that needs to go down to 0. But still, if it had gotten past here, because that would have gone, yep, it's already 1.0. So it would have gotten past and gone into this, which would have set it to be invisible. So it would have just been like a complete hard turn. But that's not what happened. Actually, let me move that down to the bottom left there. It's not reaching somewhere. I think I might be calling menu manager load emit somewhere. Actually, it's before here. Um, is it this? Could be that. Let's find out. Because it was working. And end day. What's broken this? As this was working. Because we haven't changed anything with this process here. G'day, Cam. How you doing? What up, Giddy? How are we? Do you sleep? Yes. Yes, I do. That's why I wasn't here for 9 hours. Yeah. Having some trouble with getting Wi-Fi to work, and knew we installed Ubuntu on my old MacBook 2017. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, the Hackintosh stuff. I got nothing. He has to sweep upside down due to maintain mustache. Correct. That is correct. Yep. Load, hide, load. So it never printed it again. He's Batman. I'm Man-Bat. I'm not Batman, I'm Man-Bat. Bloody itchy leg. You appear to have an issue. Notice how it doesn't emit them again. So there's something up here. Git diff. I removed the hide timer being set to null. Huh. My bad. That's gonna be what's breaking it. Whoops. Bat bloke. Is it because you disable processing so it never starts hide timer? No. No, so... Yeah, the timer stuff doesn't run on the node's process, I don't think. But it wasn't that. That wasn't the issue. What up, Patrick? 1k from redeeming all 3 hot sauces, but still hypno. Hello, Patrick. You're gonna have to spin the wheel multiple times, but you can only spin it once every 30 minutes, so... So this needs to have the if game state bankrupt. Need to go toggle main menu emit. And game in progress is false. I need to put that back in. Which also means remove from here. Think of it this way, Patrick. If you spin the wheel, it may land on the 1.2 or 1.5 million Scoville hot sauce. Isn't that better? I'm saying there's no limit except the time needed. And it's a 1 in 4 chance for all of them, or is there a different chance for each one? So everything up to the medium sauce has the same likelihood of appearing. The hot sauce, the 135,000 Scoville de Bomb hot sauce, is... I think that's like a 0.6 or a 0.75, something like that chance of coming, like a 0.6 or something, to come up. The 1.2 million is like a 0.1 chance of coming up, and the 1.5 million is a 0.01% chance of coming up, or 0.1% chance of coming up, something like that. Something like that. I forget how I set it up, but yeah. Okay, you are broke. I failed. Okay, 17, so there's an error. Tween's property modulate A does not exist in property canvas layer. Because... Background. 4K. Okay. That is the weakest of the sources. It was interesting yesterday. Yesterday we got multiple. Like multiple times in a row. It was like the 48,000, the 50,000, the 35,000, 48,000. There we are. I need to clean this lid and whatnot up. There we go. Thank you, Patrick. Why'd you change it? I feel this is more entertaining. Yeah. It's more of a, ooh, is it gonna be weak? Is it gonna be hot? Is it gonna be right in the middle? Who knows? Let's find out. Yeah. It also means that I could do a hot sauce twice in one stream instead of having it only be once. So, yeah. If we do a long stream or a whole day stream, yeah. Thank you, Patrick. Hmm. Docker is fun when it runs, not when you have to set it up for the first time with database migrations. Docker, in my experience, is never fun. I can never stand Docker. Uninstalled all yourself. Like, Docker is a nightmare security risk. Like, it just sucks. I can't stand it. If I need something like that running, I like set up a small server, or I run it on my Raspberry Pi or something like that. You know, like, I have a database running on one of my Raspberry Pis at the moment, which my overlay sends and pulls data from. No Docker instance. It's just the database installed on there and configured, and just, yeah, that's it. Munglo, g'day Gidunts, how you doing? Welcome in. What were you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oik, oik, oik. Whoops. Wrong stream. Wrong stream. My bad. Pathfinding, grid placement, and towers as such. Nice. Nice. None of that. Good, my internet didn't go down. Cool. I'd go crazy with customers being responsible for their servers. I can send them a Docker container and it runs. Getting them to update dependencies is 10 meetings into petition. So, have you heard of NixOS? Create a config file for Nix, and then when you install Nix, you give it that config file. It installs and sets up all the software and whatnot based on that config. Done. Some of our clients even run Windows servers. So, if they're running Windows servers and they require a Docker instance, then tell them they're wrong. Tell them they're wrong. Be like, this is the proper way to set it up. You get rid of Windows because it sucks nuts. And you use a proper operating system for your servers. Yeah? Yeah. Nix makes it trivial to share development and build environments for your projects, regardless of what programming languages and tools you're using. Nix builds packages in isolation from each other. This ensures that they are reproducible and don't have undeclared dependencies. So if a package works on one machine, it will also work on another. That's it. Get a new job. But it's Windows. How else are you going to see the outdoors? Can you run multiple servers with different versions of NixOS? Like, you can have different servers running a different NixOS config that has a different version of NixOS and different software on them and stuff like that. You can do all of that. Easy. You can throw them into a virtualized, like a VMware or something, or a virtual box or a hypervisor or something. Like, throw it into those as like a virtualized instance. Done. Same thing as Docker at that point. Can only recommend it to people who already know how to handle a normal Linux system. Node 20 and Node 25 on the same server. Yeah. You can do that. Like, all that is, Lus, is configuration. That's it. You install both of them, and then you have stuff configured that uses a specific version. Like, that's it. That's easy. Because Docker's not anything special. Docker's just a virtual, like a virtual desktop or a virtual server. Like, it's a virtualized operating system. Or Docker runs a virtualized operating system. And it sets up a bunch of pre-configured stuff based on the Docker Compose. Same, like, Nix is the same way. You can have Nix start up in a virtualized environment, like a VMware or something, or a hypervisor or whatnot, and give it a Nix config, and it starts up and sets up the Nix operating system as that. Like, it's... Don't know what it is, but now I want it to be the only thing Hadouken ever gets to use. Nah, Node is what most of the web development side of things use these days. It's where you get NPM from. It's what you use to run JavaScript on the server side. All that's going. Yeah, Node.js. Yeah. Yeah, that stuff. So we have game over. That hits there. Load screen visible, false. Okay. That should be correct. See what happens. What up, Pax? Pain with Node projects is committing publishing all your Node modules. Here I was thinking the pain with Node projects was all the security issues that you have. That's what my issue was. Almost end of day. Excellent. Here, I've failed. It doesn't trigger anything. It's frozen. So we trigger game over. Not loading game. Then you get to feel cool having 500 downloads a week from bots. Just create a package. Cool. Actually, this probably already exists. I fucking knew it would already exist. I knew it would already exist. Returns true if the value of an object's property is strictly true, or its inverse is false. Oh my god. A JavaScript port of the Unix utility true. Returns the Boolean value true. My true value is true. Log's true. Why does this have 772 weekly downloads? Why did it have 3074 there? Oh my god. January 30th to February 5th. 3074 weekly downloads. Dependence. Look at this shit. Is actual number. Is 100,000. Successor. Switch in FP. Supports color. Is useless. Number 24. Why are there 4 versions of this? Are you telling me that at some point this had bugs that needed to be fixed? Why does it need an update? All it does is return true. Did they accidentally put up a version that returned false instead? Oh my god. Oh my god, that is so stupid. Oh, Christ. There's 4 versions of it. Oh. No. D-Monster. The purpose of the package was not to check if something was true. The purpose of the package was just to return true. That's it. The purpose of the package was just to return the Boolean value true. So you call a function, it returns true, it doesn't take any input. So instead of doing x equals true to assign it, you do x equals whatever you want it, whatever function you import it as. Oh god. That was ridiculous. Alright, we got ads coming in. We're gonna do this. So, drunk. Round. Reach. And what, witty? No. It's gotta be witty, right? Yeah. Thought so. That was easy. Easy. Let's do the Wordle as well. Let's see. Tipsy. Oh, the hell? Awake. Yeah. Crushed it. Crushed it. So loading game. Load finished. I could set that up. I could just say loading game is false. Load finished is true. Menu manager. Load screen. Loading game. Load screen. Loading game. False. Load finished. True. Alright. Now we wait for this to finish. Wait for the end of day again. Okay. Hopefully this works. I'm starting to get over this screen. That should be focused. Okay, so that's not... Bankrupt. That calls game over. So in here... So we toggle this. And we go into here. And this displays that. Else, bankrupt visible, setup focus called. I think that's what's causing an issue with the accept not being focused. Is because we called that and it does something like focuses something separate. So apart from that. Calls game over. Sets processing for you. Not unpause. Why? Why? Why isn't this working? It's a lot of moving parts here. There's one gear that's just slightly out. Not hooking in. Why does it not... Like, why does it pause after I click? Failed. Why does it... Because nothing gets called at that point that pauses the scene tree or anything like that. I think what's happening is we go maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's the issue. Hydrate, let me get that for you. Good stuff. How you doing, Chicky? Almost done. I failed. Okay, so this needs to be set to false. And I shouldn't be able to do that. Menu manager. Toggle main menu. Omit. Load screen. Actually, no. We need to make sure bankrupt visible is set to false. Should be good now. There we go. Okay. We need to do menu manager. No likes given, you're a bot. Remove tablet. No. Not remove tablets. We want to delete the tablets. Do I have anything set up here that will do that? Okay. Not remove tablet. Tablet. So, where was it? There was something under here I needed to... Main menu, tablet. Tween finished. Tween finished, false. Okay. So if we do that, then tablet null, then we toggle main menu, and that's going to create a tablet. And it toggles main menu on, runs through this process, and it does the tween pause, and then, yep, cool. The only issue is that tween pause. That tween pause is going to cause issues. Because this hasn't called that yet. I'll show you what happens if I leave it like this. We leave it like this. The tablet's going to come up and the load screen is going to be paused midway through fading out. Unless we... I see that happens. That happens. Do load screen process mode. Process mode always. That's tablet. Under here, load complete. We want to ensure that after this, process mode is process mode inherit. So that way it's always running. It keeps running while the main menu comes back up during that transition out of the current game. HUD needs to be hidden. When we toggle the main menu, how is the HUD not hidden? Okay. This should give us a full end-to-end process. And we should be able to start a new game or load the previous game, stuff like that. And everything should be set up correctly. And 21. I failed. Okay. That's a problem. Why did that not... Load game. Load finished. Create tablet. Create tablet. All this. Then when we click new game, we go load shop, which is called from set shop name. Loading is true. It emits this. Goes into loading. Connects to display. Ah, that's why. Yep. I see why. Actually, no, because loading game is set to false. You're set to false, so it should go down through here. Also, loading game gets set to false there too. Is it a visibility thing? Why is that? Why does that not display the loading screen? What up, sup? Wish I understood this level of coding. It makes sense, but how do you figure out what you need and for what purpose? You just got to connect things together. And when things don't work, you've just got to rework them so that they do work. Yeah. I do like this. I do dislike this setup that I have here. But I can't really rewrite the entirety of my UI at this point. The main issue I've got here is that I didn't design this UI with a game over in mind. So, yeah. It's got a bit of a problem now. Mostly practice, yeah. Over time, you get used to it, and you start to see things and see patterns and whatnot, and you're like, oh yeah, so if I do this, that'll hook up here, and yeah. I understand the code when I read it. The problem if I rephrase would probably be more accurate. If I were to say I don't even know what terms you need and for what. That just comes with time. Comes with time and experience. Because the things that I'm doing here could be vastly different to the things other people do. Because we all create sort of our own process for handling different situations and different scenarios. So... Technically, I'm overthinking it in a sense, since I have no experience behind it. You'll always overthink things at the start. I always overthought things. Like when I first started out for like the first year or so, I would think about things like all the way down to being like, but how? How does the processor, like, how does it convert that? Like, how do we get that electric signal to be the ones and zeros that we get here? How do we get that? And I eventually got to a point where I was like, you know what? That's inconsequential to my work. I don't need to know that, so I don't care. I don't care. It works. That's all I need to know. How is the framework, like, what's the framework doing when I call this inbuilt function in .NET? I don't need to know. I just need to know that it works and what the result is going to be. That's all. I don't need to know about its internal workings. It's inconsequential to me. I just need to know that it does what I need it to do and that I get the result I need and I can continue doing my stuff. As the browser renders stuff for the user from HTML and CSS, I have absolutely no idea. Some kind of magic. The browser is kind of like a game engine in a sense. The browser has an engine for processing CSS, as well as an engine for processing JavaScript and for processing HTML. Those engines basically take care of the layout of the page, the styling of the page, all that kind of stuff. how those engines work doesn't matter. But because Firefox uses a different CSS engine to Google, which uses a different CSS engine to Safari, that's why you have what is it? CSS compatibility. Can I use? You have this can I use, and then you go to Flexbox, and you've got all this. So you can see how, like, in some operating systems it's supported, in others it's not, like based on version and such. And that's because they use different CSS engines. So the CSS engine for one might not implement it, but CSS engine for another does. If you go for something more up to date, like what's a new CSS? Grid lanes. There you go. So Safari has a technology preview, but Chrome and Firefox don't. And that's because Safari's CSS engine is like the only thing that has it built yet. Yeah. CSS if function. Chrome supports it, but Safari and Firefox don't support it because their CSS engines don't. So yeah, that's why mobile support is a nightmare. Mobile support or website support sucks because you've got these different CSS engines. And it's like, well, if I do it this way for one engine, I have to do it this other way for another engine because they execute the CSS differently. You did, however, bring up a thing I thought about a few months back. How do PCs work? I read a short version of it, and it's genuinely magic in a sense. Yeah. I really relate to that, and it's what's giving me a hard time since I'm electric engineer. So I really feel forced to relate what's happening internally, and I just don't get it. You don't need to. You just need to know that it works, and that there are people with PhDs that are creating these things and improving them, and we're never going to have their level of knowledge around CPU architecture and stuff like that, and how the internals work and whatnot. We can understand it on a basic sense, but we're not going to understand it to the same level as the people that actually create these CPUs and architectures and stuff. Input type date time is not supported across browsers. Ticket discussions go back at least 10 years on that. Yeah. And that's one reason why one reason why website development sucks. Having physics plus electrical engineering that tamper with the wavelength of the electricity to be read as code in transistors. That's all well and good, but like, how does your code, like, there's always that disconnect in people's minds between your code executing and generating the electrical signals that sends data out the network. Or sends data to the CPU to be processed. It's like, there's always that disconnect. People don't understand, like, how does this become an electrical signal that is understood by the CPU, and how does the CPU, like the electrical signals and stuff going through the CPU into here, like, get displayed here, how does that all work? And like, most people don't have that connection. And that's the part that seems like magic to them. Until you realize everything you see here is just electrical signals. It's all just electrical signals. A 0 says there's no electrical current, a 1 says there is. That's... These components we utilize in a computer are similar to our bodies. No. I wouldn't muddy it that way. I wouldn't muddy it that way. Nervous system in a sense. Nervous system maybe, but I feel that would muddy it for people. Because then people would start to go, oh, if that's what it is, why don't we have like human androids already? If it's the same. Or like if it's similar. You know, you start to muddy it and confuse people even more. It's more like a delivery system. The general populace, yes. Yeah. And that's what I mean, like. Set process is false. Why doesn't it display the loading screen? See. Print debug. Load complete. I need to see it. Actually. I need to see if it hits the process. And where it gets to in the process. And then I'll know what's incorrect. That's a wall of text. A hiding load. Load complete. I've failed. Goes straight into loading complete. Load game false. Ending load. Load complete. It jumped. You were false. It hit ending load. Ending load. It skips here. It's being called from somewhere. It's being called from somewhere that is not that signal. Okay. Got Web API working with my Android app now. Nice. Turns out you also need to enable Wi-Fi on test Android device when it has no SIM card. It does require web access. Yep. That is valid. I do see that being a problem. So, NPC, so... So we set those. Good night, lass. Ooh, 15 stream streak. Nice. Very nice. Wonder if that's being hit again. Reset. Oh, let's see. End of day. Go through to the you're bankrupt. Reset and cleanup complete. We go new game. None of them are called. The loading screen doesn't display. I was able to move around. Something's not being set. Let's see. Hide timer setup. G'day, No Jewel. How you doing? Ah, something's not working. Why? What value is not being reset for that menu? So it said hide timer setup and hiding. Is it because I'm setting... Why are you set to visible? Um, I think it's this. I don't see a load screen visible. Like, nowhere's setting it to be false. Is it underneath the HUD? Loading's not underneath the HUD. Why isn't it? Why? Why isn't it displaying the loading screen? I cannot see anything that would be causing the loading screen to not get displayed. It's one of those bugs where there's like a flag somewhere that I'm forgetting to set. So that pops up, that's fine. What the hell? What the hell? We already know that that load game is false. New game gets set to true. Up in here, where we do shop naming, new game gets set to true. And then that does load shop, which then runs this. That's fine. Because when we set these, it goes into here and it creates these. Hide sets hide timer to null. And that sets all of this up as you would expect. And then that calls load complete, which sets all of this as you would expect. Let's have a look at load in the UI here. It processes inherit. Just check this stuff. It does it correctly there. Load this one. We set this to open. Never has its modulate set. This is gonna annoy me. This is one of those things where it's just isn't doing what it should be doing. I can't see any reason for it to not be working correctly. Load finish is true. Loading game is false. Oh my god, why? Why? Because when we do this, do Rugged Duck debugging, can you describe what's happening, what should be happening? It's like, that's not gonna help. What should be happening is when you go to new game after the game, after you've lost a game, The loading screen should be popping up as normal, but it's not. Like, I know what the issue is, I just can't find the flag or something that's causing the issue. I've checked all the flags that are associated with it. They're all fine. Enable game time is false. Loading is true. Setup process is false. Game in progress is true. Instance visible is true for the HUD. Delivery van reset, sidewalk setup. Main menu. Loading emits false. Go start load. It's set to false. So this here is what kicks off the load. Because for some reason, it runs this, which sets the background modulate to A, but then it immediately goes into here, skipping all of this. But the only place that this gets called is from here. So this never happens, which means this is triggering, but it shouldn't be. Like, nothing's triggering it. And when it does trigger, it should have a 2-second delay. But it doesn't. We set these two to true. Or we set you to false and we set you to true. And that's what causes this. So you're false. So it triggers this, creates the timer for 2 seconds. And then that calls hideout when the timer finishes and then runs this. But for some reason, it skips this. Can't see anything that would be causing the problem. Oh, this is gonna bug me all day. This is gonna be a simple issue that I just can't see, and it's gonna take me like the next day and a half to find it. See how it's there? Then we go, I've failed. There we go, cool. And then it says hiding a bunch. Hmm. I wonder if it's creating a ton of the... Well, no, it can't be creating a ton of them, because if height... Wonder if that'll be better. Wonder if that will be better logic. Now we hit the end of the day. Now we have an error. Now call method store line on a null value, say void 31. Literally loaded the game. Save game, cannot call word method. Cannot call method store line on a null value. File is created if it does not exist, and truncated if it does. It is quite a streak, isn't it, Inspirator? Quite the streak indeed. It's only for a new game that it's breaking on that other one. There we go, I've failed. Almost. Almost. We're going to do that. Alright, let's see. I hope that's the correct order. It should be. My only thinking is that we were setting it, we were enabling its process, and its process was creating the timer, and then things were getting paused. So then when we unpaused things, the timer picked up and immediately started closing the tablet. That's my only thought. The new manager. Load screen. Hide timer is not null. Fucking menu manager, you bastard. We'll try disconnect. Try disconnect. Correcting hide timer. Let's see if that's the cause of our issues. Fingers crossed. Oh my god. And this bug has taken it all out of me. This should have been like a 30-minute thing. Ended up being 3 hours. It just doesn't want to fix. And there we go. It's not game over that we want to put it on. I put it in here. I don't know. I don't know what its issue is.
I really should have designed this menu system from the start to support a game over state. That would have made things a lot easier.
Yep.
Fuck's sake. So you're not the issue. Why are you highlighted? Don't be highlighted. Very odd. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna set up a function for game over load screen. What we're gonna do go load finished is false. Load in game is sure true. Set process to true. Background and modulate A 1.0. Get tree paused. False. Visible. It's always visible though. Under here, we get rid of those. There you go. Menu manager load screen. Game over load screen. Okay. Street sidewalk process setup. Game state, day-night cycle, enable game time. Load game is false, load finish is true. When we do cleanup complete. I wonder if... Like, this isn't going to be the issue. And that's not going to fix the issue, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's see. This still isn't gonna work, but hopefully it will be closer. You ever set background modulate A to 0, does a 1.0, cause tween to call a callback? No, it doesn't. 1.0 isn't what causes the callback. Because it gets set to 1 there, and then it fades out once either load game or loading finished is lit to the correct value. And then it creates a timer, and 2 seconds later it fades out. Just like that. But now you're not hidden. I shouldn't be able to do that either. Something's completely fucked. A game in progress should remain false. I'm going to get rid of all of this. Get rid of this fucking thing. I'm just going to restart it from scratch. Fuck it. You call game over, which we don't care about. Actually, no. We should have game over called from here, and that should also. In here, we'll have game over, which will go bankrupt. You're calling game over, and you exist here. Main menu. Okay, so this here, we want to do menu manager loading, emit false. I'm going to do hide tablet emit. We have all here. Hide tablet connects onto here. That causes the tween of false to happen. And when that finishes, goes in here and it closes. Have between callback pause, and that's toggle main menu. That's the only place it's called. Main menu has an unpause, which is when the main menu is exiting. We call unpause. The game should be paused. There. Then we do menu manager, tablet, tree exiting, connect to that. If mediums can communicate with the dead, just imagine what a large can do. Probably bring him back. Maybe that's what necromancers are. Yeah. I imagine a small is a ghost hunter. Someone who believes, but they're unable to get any evidence. Yep. Ghost hunter. So we can't just do loading. How many screens do you have? 2. I got 2. One goes from there to there. The other goes from there to there. Alright, so we do that. But that's going to display the loading screen. But then when I display the Main menu tablet. Gonna crash. What if splash finished? Gaming progress should already be false. Why don't you use the tablet you have as third? Space. Space, basically. Like, I could have it here, but then it's awkward. I can't put it on my desk because that's already full with like a Raspberry Pi, speakers, keyboard, mouse, the 2 monitors, the switches and stuff I have. I can't put it to the right because that's too thin to support it and it's too far down. Yeah. It's a whole thing. I have mine in front of my keyboard, between the monitors and keyboard. Which tablet are you talking about, Mike? Are you talking about my drawing tablet that has its own monitor built into it? The XP pen? Yeah, no, so that thing is a 22-inch screen. So I can't have it behind the keyboard, because if I had it behind the keyboard, it would stand up to about here. Yeah. I guess you have curved screens. Nope. I hate curved screens. Hate it. Yeah, can't stand them. Never gonna use them. G'day, Bok. How you doing? Also have a Surface Pro on a stand and an iPad on a stand, which sits above the screens. Nice. New game. What am I doing? I'm fighting my menu management system. I'm trying to get my game over state to work, but I designed this menu manager without planning for game over. So now I've got to figure out how to work it in. Yep. Much sad. Much sad. What I need to do... I need to... Under here... Doesn't do anything. Under here... We have this here, which is splash finished. Then goes tablet display window. I'm gonna do menu manager, create tablet, menu manager, tablet, global position Y, zero that out. I'm doom scrolling and watching this. Since the news this week, my head hasn't settled down and ideas and motivation haven't come back. It'll be right. It'll be right. Battle 2v2. I love these game dev TV. Game dev battles. They're so good. They are so good. They're so fantastic. Have you gotten an answer yet, Bunny? Is it official? No? God damn them. Damn them! Just spent an hour collecting reference images for an old station, thinking of modeling it, like I used to at work digital twins. And the immersive VR apps, nice. Nice. The weight is killing you. It'll be fun. Like you'll see. You'll get the approval in like it's Saturday. Given that it's Twitch, here's the thing, Bunny. Have you violated any of Twitch's terms of service? Here's the thing. Have you ever violated any of their terms of service? Is that a yes? Because if you have, then you're basically guaranteed to get partner. Okay? If you haven't violated their terms of service, you might still get partner, but it's less likely. This is purely based on my observation of the people that do have partner. So... I have not played copyrighted music or watched anime or had links on my YouTube stream or lied about my age or used a naked VTube model. All of those things, Twitch will 100% give you partner. It's perfectly fine. They would probably give you partner if you, like, I don't know. If you broke even more of those, or even more of their TOS, they would probably give you partner even faster. That's just... so we do this. Then we do... Toggle main menu omit. You can play copyrighted music when you're on the DJ program. You're paying an extra 30% of all subs and donations that go to the labels. Yeah. What up, Ray? How are we? Create tablets. The tablet will already exist. So that's not going to happen. And then toggle this. Tablet tween. So that's going to have an issue where it pauses the loading halfway. And then end of day. And it pops this up. You broke. I've failed. Does nothing. Pre-exiting is already connected. End game 9. So this here. But the problem is that tablet isn't running because the scene tree is paused. God damn it. Oh, I can't figure this out. I can't see why it's like how to get it to fucking load and shit. Let's do menu manager. Process mode. As always. And menu manager. Process mode. Inherit. So in here, we need to set up some stuff. We need this to hide the tablet. Loading emit false. And that's why. Toggle main menu. Emit. Hide tablet. All that does is delete it, right? Get rid of that. And then what we do is reset. We do that. Where can I set you back to inherit? I feel like I set you to process always. But then this isn't gonna emit because it's paused. So we go menu manager, tablets. Toggle main menu, called third. Let's have a look at the tablet. Because I need the tablet to always be processing in this instance. Because we're already Q3ing the tablet here. Do that. And then between finished. We go process mode. Inherit. Something like that. I don't know. Let's take a break from that. It's done my head in. I need a break from it. So there needs to be something in the middle. Because it's the fact that in one instance it's processing, in another it's not. God damn. Okay. Okay. What's Season 1, Season 2, the final season? Is it one of these 50 things? Oh my god. Why have they done this? So it's this one. Okay, now. That was a nightmare. Season 1, god damn it. Third person, not single player. It's not Overwatch 2, so it's first and third person. Sci-fi. Titanfall 2. No. What would this be? A sci-fi shooter that's first person and third person, and it's only multiplayer. Only multiplayer. Could be horror or survival too. This be killing floor 2? No. What would it be? Back for Blood? My God. 2018, first person, third person, multiplayer only, horror shooter, or sci-fi. It's not... Like, it could be Destiny 2, maybe? It's not a Titanfall. It won't be Star Citizen. It's either a sci-fi shooter that's either horror and or survival. This could be Ark Survival Evolved. No. Think Destiny 2? Nah. It is a shooter RPG. Destiny 2 was 2017. So, first person, third person, 2018 shooter RPG that has sci-fi as well as horror and or survival. Could this be Dead by Daylight? No, because that's not a shooter or an RPG. No recollection of what games. Yeah, neither do I. 2018 was a blank year for me. Multiplayer only. Shooter RPG sci-fi. Yeah, but it needs to be a sci-fi game, Cavino. Anthem, was that released in 2018? It's also got to be horror or survival. It's not going to be Fallout because it has to be it has to be multiplayer only. I think Fallout 76 is single player and multiplayer, I'm pretty sure. We'll try Fallout 76. And it's not going to be CFD. It needs to be sci-fi. It was Fallout 76, apparently. It was Fallout 76. There you go. Multiplayer, co-op, and MMO, apparently. Yeah. I thought Fallout 76 had some form of single player. Kind of like how Diablo 4 has some form of single player. Yeah, you can play it on your own or you can play it with people. Yeah. Time to get back to this stupid frustration. Alright, so we do that. Setup player. Clean up nodes. And process setup. Reset it. Visible is false. Game time is false. In progress. Actually, no, we don't need to do that. Actually, let's do... I don't need to do that. Alright. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So we load this. Gives us our loading menu. Switch it to open. Let the day end. Oh. And this is what happens when you build a menu system without planning for a game over state. Okay, I failed. And then this pauses. Even though... that's why. Alright, get this. Windrose looks like a pretty fun game. Bugs like this, or like systems like this, where like it just very frustrating to get this set up, really just make me want to play stuff like Squirrel with a Gun. Just want to play Squirrel with a Gun. Just go around, do some random car harness. Okay, end the day, go through to here. We then failed. It never disappears though. Okay. So what we want to do is go helpers, try connect, save load, cleanup complete to cleanup complete. We do cleanup complete. Try disconnect. That from you. And we go menu manager, load screen, load finished is true. Okay. Did you ever run into an issue where you used an input is action just press to play an animation? However, if the input is held, the animation just repeats, and even the loop mode is none. So what you want to do there is, like, where are you checking that? On the animation player. I don't know what type of setup you're trying to go with, like what animation it is that you want to play or whatnot. But I wouldn't have it connected to that. Like, the animation should be tied to an object, and like if you interact with the object, it triggers the animation, or if you know, that type of thing. Yeah. Or like when you do something, it would go through it. I'm always here except for when I'm asleep. It's going good, Julian. How you doing? It should give me the main menu, though. We don't need this. What we need to do is go... Let's do that. Let's go in here. What I'm going to do is go if spawned apps has display main menu, which we've already got here, has that, I want to go if spawned apps get, actually, let's just go main menu, spawned apps get display main menu. If main bankrupt visible, then main bankrupt visible false, main setup focus else. We do that. We need an on ready bankrupt equals that. We do that. Start button. Okay. Let's see what happens with that. The interaction with the joystick. It's the joystick. Is this a movement interaction? Just moving an object along the y-axis to an ending position when pressed. Alright. End of day. Hopefully this works. I didn't want to use tweens for it since it isn't dynamic. But like, why? The animation that you're playing. Is it character movement? Is it just something that you've got selected on screen that's moving a specific distance? Like, what are you... Like, what's it for? That's not good. It's a cylinder moving along an axis a short ways, and it's always moving that distance. Okay, and what's the animation player doing? Like, what is your animation doing? So you have the cylinder that moves. What animation plays? Or is the animation player actually doing the movement? 0.15 second animation from one position on Y to another position on Y. If I click play, it works fine. So I don't think you should use an animation player for that. What you should be doing is, instead of the animation player moving it a specific amount, because what's going to happen is the animation player is going to move it to that point and back. But what you want to do is when you use the joystick, it triggers a tween that just moves it there and back. And while that tween is happening, you have a flag set. Yeah, like you don't want to... There's no point in using an animation player for that. Like... I don't see the point in using an animation player for that. Animation player is overkill. And you can use an animation player for it, but you would want the cylinder to be the thing to detect. So take the script off the animation player, get rid of that, move the script to the cylinder. All right, and then when you use that input, you set a flag on the cylinder saying this is moving. All right, and then you play the animation, or not even that. You don't need a flag. You just check if the animation player is playing. If it is, you do nothing. If it isn't, you play the animation. There you go. That's what you can do. But I don't see the point in using an animation player for it. I don't want this to hide. Ah, that's what it's going to be. Yep. We need to go... Shop settings, unload settings, shop settings, load. Default shop settings. That's what we need. Alright, let's hope that works. What up, Insane? How you doing? Come on, please work. Please work. Done! Oh, hell yes. Oh my god. Bankrupt player now ends in game over and proceeds to the main menu, exiting the game, exiting the in progress game. That perfect. It's been a wild few days in gaming, has it? I heard about the whole PlayStation live service stuff going on. Apart from that, what else has been happening? Sony shut down Bluepoint Games. Yep. Heard about that. There was a bunch. There was like other stuff, other studios and stuff that pulled their games out of Sony's live service. I think Naughty Dog was part of it. Today Phil Spencer is retiring, and their head of AI, is now CEO for Xbox. That's funny. Oh, Microsoft is fucking everything up, aren't they? Microsoft was like, alright, everyone is loving our Windows operating system with all of its AI features. You know what we're gonna do? Let's put AI in charge of Xbox. That department seems to know what they're doing. Boom! Xbox is gonna become just as stable and amazing as Windows. And in 3 years' time, Xbox is going to be a piece of trash. Yep. So that's if you have, like, I would, if I had stocks in Microsoft, this isn't financial advice, just throwing that out there. It's not financial advice. I'm just saying what I would do in this situation. But if I had stock in Microsoft, I would be getting the fuck out. Clearly, they are hell-bent on destroying Microsoft with as much AI slop as they can. You got Nintendo bringing Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green to Switch 2 store for $20 each. I'm pretty sure I can play those in my browser. You can, but the thing is you shouldn't. Like, I too don't like Nintendo, but just because I don't like them doesn't mean I think that their stuff should be pirated. Because at that point, it's just a matter of, well, everything from anyone should be piratable because someone doesn't like them. If you want both, you can buy a full emulation handheld. I can just play them on my Game Boy. Yeah, exactly. I'll just go play the OG Pokemon Blue and Yellow and... Much easier. We're going to be testing that tonight. It's maybe the $20 price point. For me, that's just wild. Diablo 2 got a remaster release that's $60. Like, what's your point? I know it's not $20 for both. I'm just saying, if they wanted to, they could have priced them at $60. Like... Cheapest Fire Red on eBay is £50. Yeah, there you go. Like, because you got to remember, Insane, those versions being released on the Switch 2 aren't for people like you and me that have the original versions and stuff, right? It's for the young people that have just gotten a Switch 2. It's like first proper console, stuff like that. So the parents are buying them the game so that they can play it, you know? The Diablo 2 remaster I don't understand because they could just put Diablo 2. Like, I just want Diablo 2, the regular normal Diablo 2 on Steam. I don't want Diablo 2 Resurrected. Give me the old one. Give me the original Diablo 2 on Steam. That's all I want. Same with Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3. Give me those on Steam, Blizzard. Kind of risky move to release Fire Red and Leaf Green. People might notice Pokemon games weren't always bad. That's true. That's true. Oh, after spending all morning dealing with that game over state, I need my brain to take a break. I think I've finished. I think I did this one, didn't I? Apparently not. Oh no, I did do this one. Because if I go there, you take, I take. No, if I go there, you go there. I think I want to go there. Or do I move you? Oh my god, I did this one last night when I was like extremely asleep. I've forgotten how to do it. Good night, Corvus. Have a good one. It's not this. Because the issue is... It's not that. Because... Actually, is it? It was that. Fair enough. There you go. There you go. I was going to do a 3-minute game. Okay. Let's crush them. It's fine by me. What kind of weird ass move is that? Hmm. You fool! You could have had that. um. You stop right there. Um. Hmm. Now. Let's see. That's correct. Hmm. Let's see. Damn it. I was not paying attention to time. Shit. No, I don't want game review. Fuck off. I'm gonna do another game. That was a terrible game. Let's see, I'm gonna go there. Go back there. Pop you there. Mm-hmm. There. No, I'm not. If I go there, you take there, I take there. You'll be able to line one of those up at that point. So that's not really gonna work for me. And then I'll pop you there. Thank you. Go there. I'm just gonna take you. So I can sacrifice you. Goddamn timeouts. Oh my god. Why am I spending so long? Why am I spending so long? Okay, let's move you there. You'll take that. Oh, you're not. Okay. Interesting. I don't see what their plan is there. It doesn't seem to make sense. What do they think they're going to be able to do? What were they thinking? I don't know what they were thinking. Well, that's good. That's where I'm going to end it. I will end it on a win. All right. Oh, my brain is not liking this. So tonight, what are we going to do tonight? We're going to test this in a bunch of different scenarios. We're going to set up different states and whatnot. Test it. Make sure that things unload, everything resets properly and whatnot. Make sure that the standard loading screens and whatnot are all working and there's nothing breaking in those. And then we can move on to these two. That's what we'll do. Alright. What are we gonna do? Let's go raid them. We haven't raided them for a while. Good day, you dunce. Oh my god. So that's that there. This entire morning has been a cautionary tale for everyone. Cautionary tale. If you're planning something out, make sure to plan for all the scenarios. You know, you're making a menu manager. Plan your loading screen. Plan your main menu. Plan your pause menu. Plan your settings and your load save and your game over. Plan all of that. Don't just plan part of it and then at some point go, yeah, I should probably add this in. It doesn't end well. Alright, I'll be back in 5 hours. We'll test our main menu, end game, game over stuff. And we'll get some easy bug fixes and implementations done. Looking forward to it. Have a fantastic day, night, or whatever time zone you're in, you get dunce.